Hello, Mike. We have a microphone here, which we do not on the other one. We tried Vesta the other day, and it was a semi-disappointment. We'll see if we can catch it. We're not going to have too much of a window considering the moon. So in the neighborhood, we're going to have Comet 2010 H2 Veils, and then KU 2023, and then 18 Melpomene, and 8 Flora. They're all in the same neighborhood of the moon. Hello, John. Yeah, I hear about Vesta. We're going to try to see Vesta. That's why we have the big, not the big, but the bigger telescope out tonight. All of 3 inches of glass. All right. I don't know that... Let me finish programming these. Melpomene. At 9 o'clock, it will be at 12:43, and 8:49, 31, save. All right, that takes care of Melpomene. Uh, 2023 KU is 15 magnitude, so that's less likely. Audio is low. Let's see what we can do with that. Windows doesn't like me whenever I turn off the machine and turn it back on. It adjusts all my defaults. Let's see what we can do with the audio. Oh yeah. Okay. How about now? Yeah, Microsoft likes resetting everything on me. Good evening, Jacob. We're trying to put Stellina to work tonight on a comet, an old comet, a new asteroid, and a few others in between. Fish and football, I'll give you 1 subscriber right away. You got one more subscriber. Yay! Okay, asteroid Vesta is trouble because it is near Comet 2021 G2 Atlas. So looks like we're going to be spending our night hopping among comets and asteroids. Vesta is also near Juno and Metis and Dembowska. So we are squarely in the asteroid belt. The only NEO right now is 2023 KU. It's a near Earth orbit asteroid. You're welcome, Fish and Football. In space. Okay, what is Vesta now and what is Comet G2 Atlas? Yeah, the moon is going to rise before Vesta, so let's see if we're going to be in luck there. We're going to schedule Vesta for about 10 o'clock. It'll be level with the moon. I'm not worried about brightness. I'm worried about plate solving. Because Stellina relies heavily on plate solving. We may have to pull a dwarf into action tonight. Borden Dundee. Okay, let's program Vesta. It is 15. 08. 24. It is -5. 24. 2. And what's the story with 2021 G2? Magnitude 14. Touch and go. May or may not. Yeah, G2 Atlas will not be good here till about 11. And even then at magnitude 15, it's touch and go. Okay, we have 2 comets, 2 asteroids, and plenty of clusters. That should keep us busy for a few minutes. How far is Juno? Juno is 10, okay. Nothing to write home about. The big question is, will Stellina turn on without asking me to update its firmware? I'm going to take a shot at 2023 KU with position potentially affected by large errors because it's very close to the Earth and moving at high speed. Mike, I have multiple videos, tutorials that show you how to access your Android device from Windows. What you need to do is put Android device in debug mode and then run screen copy, SCRCPY. It's free software. Just look for my tutorials. If you don't find them, I will send you a link. Time to go turn on Stellina. Audio out, be right back. Stellina is on. Let's see if we can see it. Stellina is the only one of my telescopes that does not allow for station mode. There is Stellina. Okay. We are connected. No. Oh, good. No other forecast available. All right, I'm going to press DWARF 3 into service at this point. We're going to try to initialize at around 8:30 as our first attempt. And then try again 8:45. Good night, Mike. Work, what's that? I remember sometime in the past I did that. I have to get up early to run 12 miles. That's the only thing on my schedule tomorrow. Oh yeah, and a dental checkup. And take the dogs out, let the dogs in, take the dogs out, bring the dogs in, take the dogs out, bring the dogs in. It's a nice clear sky for a change. So here's the plan. As soon as we're able to calibrate Stellina and or DWARF, we will get onto the Comet first, and then Asteroids, and then Comet, and then Moon. We'll probably do M104, Sombrero Galaxy, before the Moon rises too high. And then a bunch of clusters. Hi Jeannie, long time no see. We're going to hunt some comets and asteroids tonight and see what we get. We brought in Stellina with its 3-inch objective aperture. That's essentially twice as much glass as Seestar. 3 squared is 9, Seestar 2 squared is 4, so it's more than twice the glass. Jeannie, we have a problem. We have more current viewers than likes. That's not good. So maybe I should threaten to show you my face there to get more likes. Small, but it's there. Thanks, Jeannie. Thank you, thank you. Where is Bill? We have a plane flying overhead. And it's trying to get dark enough. Let's see if Astro mode. Auto parameter, let it be. So Comet Swan, that's a tomorrow morning possibility before sunrise. Oh no, don't do that to me. Hi Zena. So I can see Jupiter. Okay, we're starting to see stars. What time was sunset? Officially, the sun set at 7:45. Another 5 minutes, and we should be able to calibrate the dwarf, and in another 5 minutes we'll initialize Stellina. A dwarf is saying that it's not happy tonight. Jacob thinks that when it flashes green like this, it is clearing the sensor. But it gives me a sinking feeling that something is not quite right. Looks like Betelgeuse has not gone nova yet. I can see supernova, I can see it. And I can see Mars, Pollux, and Castor in a row. 21 April is the peak of the Lyrid meteor shower. That'll be a good test for the Skycam to see if it will detect meteors. Otherwise, we'll put DWARF 3 in wide angle to work. Good afternoon, Kathy. Long time no see. Jeannie, Kathy lives near you. Well, at least there's just an ocean between you, but on the same left side of the country, I mean west side of the country. So the radiant for the Lyrid meteor shower is Vega, or close to Vega. That should be easy enough to find. It peaks between April 17 and April 29. We'll have to wait for the moon to get out of the way. Alright, I have enough stars on the Skycam to attempt to start calibrating. Yep, it is seeing stars. This is good. I'd like to give Stellina 5 more minutes. Calibration successful for DWARF. Okay, why did it change this on me? Okay, mandatory calibration is off. It's not letting me do manual. It's not letting me do manual calibration. It's going to be a long night. The DWARF has the big advantage of calibrating once and then going all night without the need to recalibrate. What is that constellation just above 104? Okay, a bunch of numbered stars. I have an old manual scope and it doesn't need calibration. This is sombrero taking shape. Alright, the good news is Stellina is focusing. So we're going to go after Comet Veil C2010 H2 almost immediately. Sombrero is tiny for dwarf, but it should look nice on Stellina. All right, good news for John. Polaris is smack north up in the picture, exactly where it belongs. So the sky cam is nicely aligned. Look for a target on Stellina. Manual. Veil. Observe. Zena, you remind me of the joke. The guy said his grandmother started walking 10 miles a day when she turned 60. She's now 92 and nobody has any idea how far she gotten or where she is. Enjoy your walk. We have another plane. Yeah, the sky is very, very clear tonight. I like it. For those who are keeping track of Betelgeuse, it has not gone supernova yet. I can see it on the sky cam. I used to have my chimney, John, to align the skycam to. The chimney is gone now, so. All right, let's see if we have a comet. Suspense. We have a Starlink, that's for sure. We're going to give it 10-15 minutes and see what we get. In the meantime, Sombrero is looking sombrero-ish. Good evening, Matthew. We're chasing comets and asteroids tonight. We're starting with Comet 2010 H2 Veils on Stellina. I should label Dwarf 3. Okay, you have Dwarf 3 labeled. On a quick tour of the Skycam, the Big Dipper, Polaris up north, Orion down here with Betelgeuse, Mars, Pollux and Castor, I don't know that TCRB has risen yet. I think this is Sirius. And our neighbor's driveway, which is a very good way to align things because it is exactly along the diagonal from corner to corner. Yeah, we lost Orion now till next fall. So tomorrow morning, Mercury and Neptune are less than 2 degrees apart. So dwarf can catch them both. Trying to see if we are even in the right vicinity for 2010 hail. Sorry, H2 veils, I meant to say. One of the disadvantages of Stellina's autocorrecting sensor is I have no idea what orientation it is looking at right now. Trying to find on the map the star patterns and to no avail. So I'm going to give it 15 minutes stacked. If we don't see a tail, then we will move on. We have multiple star links on the Stellina image. For those who just joined us, this is the Pompey Observatory. We have 2 telescopes out in addition to the Skycam. As you can tell, we have a crystal clear sky for a change. Stellina is looking at Comet P2010 H2 Veils and can't see it yet. In the meantime, DWARF is looking at the Sombrero Galaxy. We're waiting for the moon to rise and ruin it for the rest of the night. Yesterday was a full moon. It's at 99% tonight, so it's still very, very bright. N2 NDF, the Celestron origin reminded me of a company in upstate New York called Kodak. When they doubled down on wet film cameras and they said that digital cameras are a fad that will pass. So Celestron, having watched Meade go bankrupt, is doubling down on old-fashioned telescopes and calling them smart scopes, hence the origin. I know that. Kodak made the cameras for the first satellites, and they used to drop the wet film from orbit, and they used to catch them by plane and then fly them all the way to Rochester for processing. And they, with their Kodachrome 25, which was a wonderful film that I used a lot, they thought that nobody will ever replace it. And true, nobody has replaced it, but now we have, I can buy an 8 megapixel camera or a 16 megapixel camera for $30. So Veil magnitude 13.5, we should be able to see it. Maybe not the tail. Je ne sais pas. Stellina doesn't like me zooming in with my 2 fingers. The Skywatcher Hack 125 is going to be good once you equip it with the right tracking mount and the right camera. At f2, that's going to be very fast. Good evening, Bill. Here's the plan for the night. Hello, Harvey. We have Stellina out, and we are under the illusion that we will see 1 or 2 comets and 1 or 2 asteroids before the moon rises. And then a list of galaxies and mostly clusters. We're going to pay homage to the moon, of course. There it is trying to rise to the southeast. In the meantime, the sky is crystal clear. And in case you missed the big news of the day, Betelgeuse has not gone supernova. There it is. We're going to take a quick look at TCRB as well while we're at it. But I promised I will give Comet 2010 H2 Veils 15 minutes. And the 15 minutes are almost up. Yeah, still very, very round. I don't see a tail anywhere. Don't see a tail. TCRB is up already. It's at 19 degrees, so we should be able to catch it. Okay, so long P2010. We will come back and see you soon. Vesta and 2021 G2 are still below the horizon. So we will come back to these. Melpomene is up there. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 9 o'clock, station identification. You're watching the Pompey Observatory, and the moon is starting to peak. So I'm going to hop on the Sombrero Galaxy on Stellina quickly to see how much we can get before it gets too bright out there. In the meantime, for those studying astronomy or trying to learn how to read the sky, I'm going to show you the most obvious sign in the sky, and that is the Big Dipper pointing to Polaris, and Polaris is nicely aligned at the top of the frame today. This is east, this is west, and to the west we have Orion. This is Orion's belt, Betelgeuse. This is Jupiter actually trying to set. There is Mars, still keeping track or staying in the vicinity of Pollux and Castor. Bill, at your request, a video that shows how I built my Skycam should drop at midnight tonight. I posted it earlier today, so Zena and Jeannie should be able to see it at their 9 p.m. when it is tomorrow for us. Here's Sombrero. Bill, yes, we're gonna hop onto TCRB momentarily. Gina, have you planned your last day at work yet? What will your dramatic exit look like since you work from home? Do you go from one room to the other one and slam the door on your way out? Actually, Dwarf is not doing too bad with that sombrero. Stellina's stars are just a bit rounder. Hello, Amin. Yeah, I wish you the best, Gina. May 31st was my last day. It'll be 3 years ago, come May. And the only thing I asked people on my way out was that the best going away present they could give me is to subscribe to my channel. And there were so many people happy to see me leave that I picked up 300 subscribers in one day. I promised them I will not return if they all subscribe. Bill, is this a satellite near Orion or a plane? Nope, looks like a plane to me. Looking for a sombrero? Okay. I did not realize you can fly direct from Nashville to Dublin. Okay. Now that was a satellite that just blew through the Big Dipper. Or was it? So what is near the moon that we can trick Dwarf 3 into finding? Spica, is the moon on top of Spica? Okay, not quite. All right. We will send it to Spica. Actually, we're currently not too far. If we drop down, we should see it. Ladies and gentlemen, our trip to the Adirondacks is on. Looks like it will be the first or second week in May. And the plan is to treat you to a Bortle 2/Bortle 1 couple of evenings. Now that I discovered that BMO has enough floor space for a mattress, and that there are several places in the Adirondacks where you can park and sleep legally. This is nice, by the way. This is nice for DWARF. So, yeah, there's the moon. We see it. Let's go photo. And let's see if we can just drop down and get the moon. It comes complete with a tree. Haha. Okay. Gain 0, thank you. 0, thank you. Shutter. Filter. V's. Yup. And then still very low, so it'll appear clearer soon. I opened the wide angle window just to remind people how low the moon still is. It's about the same altitude as our neighbor's driveway. So our next big event here is going to be the Lyrid meteor shower. We're going to keep an eye for it on the Skycam to see if we catch any. 21st of April, which is a week from Monday, should be the peak. If the sky is clear, we will have multiple telescopes. The radiant is going to be right around Vega, which is easy to find. We'll go with the wide angle Dwarf 3 staring at Vega, and we'll rely on the Skycam to see how many it will catch. And then the next big event after that will be the total lunar eclipse on March 3rd, 2026. But right now I am excited at the prospects of being able to drive less than an hour and get into Bortle 1. Do all the work from the MIMO, and then when the sun rises, take a nap in the MIMO and then drive back home. Of course, there will be coffee and breakfast in between. Probably Matthew, either that or just tracking it and not doing any subbing, adjusting the exposure without necessarily stacking. Last time we used the ASI120MC with the 2.1mm lens staring at the radiant for the Perseids, and we had quite a few meteors. But yeah, 30 seconds should be plenty. That's the limit on the Skycam also. I believe it is limited to 30 seconds. Let me see. Yeah, right now 30 seconds. Matthew, if you have any ZWO planetary camera that came with the 2.1mm lens, you may just want to stick it on a tripod and point it in the general direction and just leave it there. You don't need to track anything. That's what I did. I stuck it out of a window on literally on a stick. The preliminary results with the WeBoost Drive Sleek are inconclusive. I don't know if I need a car roof, that whole sheet of metal under the antenna, to act as a good ground as to whether this is a necessary component. My first tests were at the window up in my office, and I did see improvement in the download speeds, a repeatable improvement, but I have not seen much improvement in the upload speed, which is what I need. So I plan to drive to the cemetery and put it on the roof and see if that sheet of metal will make a difference. You can see the moon burning through the Sombrero Galaxy image. Does the SV-Bony 705C come with a fisheye lens or any kind of lens to put on it? If it does, you're in business. Xena, the moon was full last night. Right now it is at 99%. and still soft focus because of the elevation. Something just flew in front of the moon. A bird or... oh well. No, the International Space Station is on the wrong orbit right now. It is above us during daytime. Haven't had the chance to look for it during the day. As soon as we have half an hour on Sombrero, that's one nice thing about Stellina. They recommend how much time to spend on each target. As soon as we have the half hour, we're gonna go and try to tackle 2 asteroids and 1 comet and TCRB, and then get back to doing clusters. I'd like to do M13 on Stellina. Good evening, Larry. Thanks to Jacob we have solved our power issues here. As you can tell, both the Samsung tablet is at 100% and the DWARF 3 is at 100%. Believe it or not, the issue was cabling. The ability of the instrument to negotiate with the power adapter based on what cable is sitting between them. Yeah, Zena, whoever told you education is not important did not realize that it took 2 PhDs to figure out how to plug a telescope into the power. So, yep, we were able to solve it. We put our heads together in extremely cold weather with a full moon turning pink and then bloody, or blood moon. And we solved the problem on how to plug the telescope into the power. And boy, did we fully feel good about it. Yay! Actually, on a night like tonight, it'd be good to do time lapse. We will see the Big Dipper dance around Polaris all night with the moon sweeping the south. Bill, I need to tell you that the cable with the rubber neck, or the one with the twisty thing, is what I'm using now to keep my Samsung at 100% charge while connecting it through screen copy. That is the only cable that has allowed me to plug the laptop into the Samsung and push enough power to keep it at 100%. Because that 11-inch tablet sucks a lot of electricity, more than the regular USB port from the laptop would provide normally. So thank you. So we have another few minutes on Sombrero, on Stellina. And then we will hop onto Melopony and then Vesta and then C2021 G2 Atlas, see if we can see it. God bless you, David. Thank you for joining us. And just a reminder, if you're not subscribed to this channel, please do subscribe. Thank you. Now that my chimney is gone and the roof is fixed and we no longer have waterfalls inside the house, we're going to get our cloud fan working again. Bill, I had mentioned to you, and for everybody's benefit, that now I have 4 students working with me in Oswego. 2 of them will be full-time over the summer, so we have some grand plans and hoping that the radio telescope will arrive soon. I did not check what the last tariffs are on the Netherlands, but that's where it's coming from. Field of view of Stellina is comparable to standby. It's 1 degree by 42 minutes. I am retired, John. I volunteer 1 day a week as an unpaid visiting scholar, so I can use their 16-inch telescope and their students, and I pretty much do anything I want with their blessing. Pink moon, it is the smallest moon that we will see all year, given its location, or its orbit is farthest from the Earth. I have no idea why the Farmer's Almanac gave them the names that it did, but yes, this is the pink moon. It looks pink. If not, I can use Photoshop to make it look pinker. I was tempted on April 1st to post a video showing Betelgeuse going supernova, but then considering that neither YouTube nor Facebook have a sense of humor. Remember, they used to suspend Xena all the time on her comments. So I did not want to be suspended for spreading disinformation. I floated the idea by my wife and she vetoed it. All Sky NRL, I'm not gonna burst your bubble, but I ordered refills for my electric toothbrush. Ordered them off Walmart for 2-day delivery, and next thing I knew, they shipped from China, and they have been sitting in St. Louis at the FedEx facility for 2 weeks, awaiting determination of how much tariffs to charge on them before FedEx would release them to me. We're talking about 5 lousy toothbrush refills for $6.80. They've been sitting at FedEx for 2 weeks. If I had realized that Walmart will be shipping them, drop shipping them from China, I would have bought them from somewhere else. Matthew, we were doing a big event, you may recall, the lunar eclipse, and while switching from one telescope to the other, inadvertently music leaked in for about 3 seconds. We're talking about an 8-hour video. There were 3 seconds of music from somewhere, and when the video was done, YouTube flagged it as copyright violation for those 3 seconds. I don't know where they get all that compute power to scan every single video before it is made public to see if there is anything in it that is copyrighted by anybody. Matthew, I will entertain you with another copyright violation. One time, Facebook slapped me with a copyright violation because a TV station in Malaysia claimed that my video of the moon violated their copyright of lunar imagery. I challenged it with Facebook, telling them that my flag is on the moon, not theirs. So if anybody had the copyright, it'll be us, not them. I won that battle, and Facebook reinstated my 30-second video of the moon as not being a copyright violation. Okay, Stellina said she's done. For no reason. No explanation. She's done with sombrero because it got too bright here for it to do plate solving. Okay, back to work. Vesta should be high enough and bright enough. I did not go to Neefbell. I had contractors on the roof, in the house, and in the basement, and 2 dogs trying to eat the contractors. So my main role was to play interference between the dogs and the contractors who were trying to fix the house. So canceled canceled NIF on short notice. Hello, Dean. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. J2 is up. We'll go there in a few minutes, Jacob. Okay, could not find Vesta. I don't know if we're gonna find G2. It is lower than Vesta also. So let me go find TCRB in the meantime. I don't know that I have TCRB here. How likely is Stellina to have TCRB? Niet. No, okay. No. I can hear that plane, Bill. Okay, I knew there was something wrong. Okay, sorry. $15, $59, $30. $25, $55, $13. It is in Stellina, you're saying, John? I'll double check as soon as we're done here to see if T Corona Borealis is indeed in the Stellina database. Et voilà. It doesn't look nova to me. Let's go see if we can find it as John suggested. Okay, you're right. Thank you. Fish and football, if you go to IC4587 in Seestar, it'll get you extremely close to TCRB. Let me double check that. Okay. Still has not gone nova. Hello, Toast. The moon is shrinking. It is down to 99%. It was a full moon yesterday. Okay, that tiny dot in the middle that is barely visible, that's supposed to be an asteroid. Let's see how fast it's moving. Now it's anybody's guess if the moon is going to clear my blue spruce or not. The answer is yes, Bill. I did that with Pluto once. I took pictures a day apart, and sure enough, Pluto had moved, and the rest of the stars around it had not moved. Haven't seen Pluto lately. Don't know where it is. Where is Pluto? Yep, it's underground right now, below the horizon. Rises at 3 a.m., 3:30 a.m. But we do have a conjunction between Mercury and Neptune. They are a degree apart. I will keep your request in mind, Zena, and we'll get Pluto. The problem with Pluto is its orbit is very, very long. So July time frame, we'll be able to see it chasing the Milky Way. Yeah, by July we'll be able to see it rising after sunset. No, Swan is a tomorrow morning thing. You born in July also, Zena? Most of us here were born in July. All right, let's see if we can get to Vesta now. Vesta should be magnitude 6. Mine is 27. Okay, Vesta should be visible, and then we'll check on G2. Now we have gone from astronomy to astrology. Well, Matthew, as long as the chat does not deteriorate into philosophy and physics, because I don't like dealing with the why question. Other than that, we're good. It's not liking Vesta at all. We're going to see Atlas. Otherwise, we have work to do away from the moon. M3 is high enough. Thanks, Bill, for the heads up. Okay, we're going to take a quick vote here. You want to see M101, 51, or 63? David, you got it. Matthew, on this channel we talk about ages in millions of light years. So no sympathy there for you. John, M67 was not one of the answers. This was a multiple choice question. Where is M67 anyway? I'm trying to stay away from the moon. No, M67 is to the south, southwest. It's out of my reach right now. I don't have any telescopes looking south right now. I gave Grumpy the day off. Yeah, I have a mountain behind me that covers my west and southwest. So in theory, everything in the left half of the Skycam I can see with my current telescope setup. Everything here is good. Everything here is no good right now. Yeah, David, Seestar now allows you to specify what part of the sky you're looking for targets, and it'll help you with that. Okay, I'm gonna go where Bill has gone, namely BRB. Okay, I'm back. Sunflower. Let's see how long Stellina thinks she needs to do justice to M63. Ladies and gentlemen, if you joined us recently, this is the Pompey Observatory. We have Stellina down on deck and DWARF 3 up on the windowsill, both staring east right now. The DWARF is tracking the moon, the pink moon, as it tries to go over the tree. Looks like it will clear it. Has a fighting chance of clearing that 60-foot spruce. And Stellina, in the meantime, is imaging M63, the sunflower galaxy. The neighbor's driveway light is still on. And Orion has set. Jupiter is in the tree, disappearing. Yeah, I see it. Thanks, Bill. Jupiter is at 17 degrees now. Last time I failed to keep track of Jupiter's whereabouts. It's right here. I'm anxious to calculate or to estimate when it hits my horizon, because that's where the mountain is behind me. Right now it's at 17 degrees and going down. In a bit of irony, Sirius right now is exactly where the neighbor's light is. And that is Procyon, and then Mars. And then Castor and Pollux. So this is indeed Capella. And this is Betelgeuse, still trying to dip in. Jupiter down to 16 degrees and sinking. Torsten Love, is that a knee brace playing music or an accordion? I see a westbound trail on the Skycam, literally overhead. Yep, there it is. A plane just transited the moon. Did you guys see it? I can see it here. That thing just transited the moon. So, okay, what is our timestamp? Okay, thanks, Bill. Okay, we lost Jupiter in the tree. There it is back. I saw it on my peripheral vision. Yep, thank you, Matthew. That was it. Let me show it to everybody. So that's what we had according to Matthew's capture. Bill, that looks a lot closer than 26,000 feet. Thanks, Matthew. And in the meantime, on the Sunflower Galaxy, we're still not seeing any excitement. Yeah, the plane looked like it was about half a degree. Larry, are we going to do an arc sine or an arc tangent to calculate the distance? Zina, I expect to retire in about an hour because I have a 12-mile run first thing in the morning. I was supposed to do it on Saturday, but we had snow, sleet, freezing rain, wind, and cold temperatures on Saturday, so I pushed it to Monday. Yeah, Trig should do it. Zina, I'm still under the illusion that I will be running a marathon at the end of May. We'll see. Okay, thanks, Bill. Got it. Yep. I see the winglets. Yep. Okay. Going Boston, Toronto. Good night, Zina. The good news is the moon has cleared the tree, so we don't have to worry about it going behind the tree. Matthew, did you get a clip of the transit? Oh yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, Astrospheric has revised the forecast for tomorrow morning, and it's showing it as getting cloudy, starting to get cloudy after 2 a.m. So we'll see whether we'll keep Stellina outside and try to get the Neptune-Mercury conjunction as well as Saturn and Venus, or whether we should wait till Tuesday morning, where the forecast is for clear skies from 4 a.m. till 9 a.m. We're approaching 30 minutes on M63, and it looks like it needs a little bit more time. So I'm going to let it go another 10 minutes or so and see if it makes a difference. There are people who position themselves on the final approach to a runway and line up in such a way as to force a transit across the moon at a time like this. And many times they are successful. So after Tuesday morning's break in the weather, Thursday seems to be a possibility. Thursday night and then Friday morning. Saturday, Sunday, no good, and then Sunday night should be good. So looks like there is a good chance of us going live tomorrow evening, Tuesday morning, Thursday evening, Friday morning, and then again Sunday night. So not too bad. Looking at maybe 3 or 4 times live this week. I got this once when I was imaging the moon with Stellina. A plane went by. The following video, there are 2 transits of the moon, one at the beginning and one at the end. They're about 2 minutes apart. But the interesting thing, please pay attention to the color of the moon. That's before DWARF ruined their algorithm. When I got the DWARF 2, I was blown away by the fact that it was the only telescope showing the minerals on the moon, showing the blues and the browns and the grays. They ruined it since. Now it has gone to being monochrome. And here's the proof. We no longer see the kind of color fidelity that the DWARF 2 showed in the early days. If you watch the beginning and then skip to around 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Actually more like 220. You should see the second transit. Sunflower galaxy is starting to show the sunflower. Not sure, Bill, what they did. It had to be software because it's still the same hardware. I used to get some incredibly gorgeous images of the moon with the Dwarf 2, talking about the blue and the brown. Right now it's monochrome for all intents and purposes. Just shades of gray or shades of brown. Matthew, any idea what happened as to why the moon doesn't look as colorful as it did in the early days of the Dwarf 2? Now that would be a good project to give the students, namely to analyze a video like 6 or 7 hours of the moon and then find any transit that occurs on it, to apply AI and automate the process of finding transits. I mean, Matthew, I have to admit, the very first time I used Dwarf 2 to capture a moon, I was blown away. The quality of the image was superior to Stellina, superior to Seestar, superior to anything I had seen. And that was just a 1-inch aperture. And then came all the software and firmware upgrades and we lost the colors. I plan to give the Sunflower Galaxy a few more minutes and then try to do a cluster before we call it a night. M3 is a possibility, but I want to see if there is anything farther away from the moon. Oh yeah, M13. Sorry, M13 it is. Yeah, they do have some fun information. This is just 2 frames, and that's where glass has its privileges. The 3-inch very, very quickly is showing the cluster. I'm so sad that Vaonis never built or sold the Hyperia, their 6-inch multi-100-pound smart scope that would have been a standalone in the sense of not requiring a dome over it. It was intended to be weatherproof. Granted, they were planning to sell it at something like $40,000 or $50,000, and that would have been a good fundraiser for a university or a college or a club to have one of these. You'll be surprised what kind of things people approach universities or give universities. We heard recently of a gift, unrestricted gift to a college of engineering to remain unnamed. It was an unrestricted gift of $145 million from a graduate who left the money in his will, bequested it to the university, with the only condition that it goes to the College of Engineering to spend on whatever they need. That could have easily purchased a Hyperia as part of the whatever they need. I went to Vaonis' webpage to see what they have on Hyperia, and they say stay tuned, page under construction. But they offered to sell me a Vespera instead. Yeah, I saw that, Matthew. They have a lot less information. Yeah, I don't know how much longer Vaonis is going to stay in business. Hello, Isobig. There's another plane, Bill. Don't know if it's coming or going. It's going. Heading north. I've taken this flight so many times. Dallas Syracuse United Express. No, never made Diamond Club. I was, let's see, Platinum. Was Platinum in both United and Delta for a long time. I got to know every inch of the Atlanta airport, the Minneapolis airport, the Detroit airport. And then on the East Coast, Dallas was my primary hopping point. This doesn't compare with how many flights you took, but in 2014, I flew 114 times. And the good news is I had the same number of takeoffs as landings, which is important in this business. You're welcome. No, 2014. That's when I reached my my record year. Yeah, 2002 I was still a full-time college professor going to 2 or 3 conferences per year. And then I became a government employee, and we don't know how to do anything without traveling a lot. I would have thought you flew more than 114 legs per year. Jeannie, have you done M13 yet? Hercules cluster? Oh, okay. Four to five per month. Now, I was doing mostly, actually exclusively domestic, and I was doing typically one trip per week, and that's 4 legs per trip. And then on the weekends, packing a marathon once a month, which added another 4 legs. I used all my air miles to run marathons with them. Actually, even took my wife, we went Delta, first class to Dublin on vacation. We spent 4 days there just for fun. And we flew via JFK, and that was a very, very nice treat, all the way to Dublin and back. The hotel was free on points, the airline was free on miles. Gina, you should hurry up because Hercules is going to be gone. Let me find out when it's leaving. It is a winter galaxy for the most part, and Jeannie, I stand corrected. Messier 13 does not leave. As long as you're willing to get up early in the morning or stay late at night, you can get it year-round. Unfortunately, we're losing the sky sooner than planned. It's clouding up. Yep, clouds are moving in. There is a new weather website that I've been using. I don't know, guys, if you have tried it, but I'll send you the link in a second. Jeannie, I will give you another zoom in if you want to take another shot. For some reason, Singularity, which is Stellina's app, likes to reset the zoom every time it updates the frame. Uh-oh. There you go. Although Stellina is 4 or 5 years old now, the hardware is very old. It's still doing good. The stars are incredibly sharp and well-rounded. And as you probably heard me mention many, many times before, Stellina is the only telescope where the sensor rotates to correct for the Earth rotation. It's a mechanical rotator on the sensor. I don't know, Toast. It sounds familiar. I don't know that they got a reply back. Because Arecibo is gone. Yes, you are correct. They sent it to Messier 13. There is the message. That is the message that the Arecibo telescope in Puerto Rico sent in 1974 to M13, explaining who we are and what we do. Yes, it has quite a ways to go. I can imagine when they receive it in whatever 38,000 years, they will find that there was a parity error on the message. They cannot read it. By definition, Toast, two antennas, two dishes, two telescopes do not need to be the same size to communicate with each other. Having them the same size optimizes the signal-to-noise ratio, but we frequently on our cell phones receive signals from towers that are a lot bigger than the cell phone, and vice versa. Ladies and gentlemen, the clouds are taking over. And we are approaching tomorrow. So I'm going to start packing down and wish you all a good night. Yeah, it won't be long before Stellina declares the end of its capture. The sky is gone. Since Jeannie is watching, we owe it to her to play the music. Good luck to us, let me know how it goes. I'd like to head to the moon for my 12-miler, take a lot less time and a lot less effort to finish it. Good night, everyone.